I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Juror podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
So let me tell y'all what's going on. Let me just tell you. About 10 minutes ago, I started the stream. And I was talking to y'all, and I was saying hi, and I was showing your comments on screen. And we started the video, and we were watching. And then I realized that I had a little error up there, and it told me that we didn't actually go live. I've been talking to y'all for 10 minutes and watching the trial with y'all for about 5 of those minutes, and just chit-chatting. And you were not here. Well, you were here, but you weren't here. This is how the day's starting out. I was so excited because the construction next door kind of chilled out for a minute, and I was like, oh, perfect timing. We'll get started. And we got started, and I wasn't live. So here we are, actually live this time, and we're going to try all of this again. Because why not? Because this is how things go. So whatever. That's okay. So I think I've got us back now to where we were when we started a little while ago, when none of you could tell that we started. So we're gonna we're gonna start over. Okay, now I know that you're here because y'all are laughing at me for doing a very Brandi thing, but now I know that we're connected. It's hilarious. This is how very Monday of me, but that's okay. That's okay. It's all right. It's Thursday. It's the most Monday Thursday ever. You are here. You know, it's funny, when I show your comments, they still pop up. They pop up, but I'm the only one that can see them. Oh, goodness gracious. So that's okay. We're going to try again. We're going to try again. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We have a little bit of yesterday, less than an hour. I had to leave. Unmedicated Brandi. She's a handful. I had to leave early yesterday because I had a meeting, and then I went to the bingo. So we have a little bit less than an hour from yesterday that we're going to watch, and then we've got today. So we're going to do that. But what a day. We're already starting off. Also, speaking of traumatic events, I did not get the Benefield episode posted this morning. It's a whole nother problem. The construction has been so bad today. I have not been able to get the rest of it recorded, and so I'm going to have to put it out tonight or tomorrow, which puts the Karen Reed one back too, which means the Karen Reed one probably won't be out until tomorrow or Saturday. Probably closer to Saturday. So the construction has kind of screwed up everything. It's all right. I did not win at bingo. I did not, but I got to hang out with my friend and my honorary nieces because they went. So, and it was a beautiful sunset while we were out there. So even though I didn't win, I won at life. I have not seen the new documents. I have them saved on my computer so that I could read them, but I stopped what I was doing, working on everything so that I could do this. So, but I've got them saved so I can look at them when we're done. All right, so we're going to get to it because we have a lot to cover. And now we have to go back and start all over, which is fun. So I think that this is where we left off, but if not, we'll...
And the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
These are all those videos that we saw in their openings.
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tejas, then what I did was just use what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tejas' residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tejas' maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
We'll talk about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to switch over to the other projector, but let's look at this. How are we going to start?
So this is the first movement of the victim. At about 8:47 in the morning, he leaves his residence. The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving
Who's flip-flops anymore?
From the direction of his residence. And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South Rainbow at about 9:04 in the morning. And again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that. This is Mr. Gurman arriving.
Oh, that's a good quality camera. I like good quality cameras. Hi, Zach. I was streaming, but y'all weren't here. The go live button didn't work.
So the clothing that Mr. Gurman is wearing was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance video because this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop, and that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
All right, so we've now moved on to a new slide. What is significant about 9601 Red Hills Drive?
So this is the, I hope I pronounce this right, Pidgeot Elementary School. It is directly south of the road leading to Mr. Gurman's, or Mr. Tejas' residence.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Tejas' residence?
Right up here where the red pin is.
Okay, is that, and let me just, I'm going to walk up here. Is this a driveway? Is that what we're looking at? Is that a driveway out onto Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just pulled out of that driveway and came down Silk Castle, that would be the straight route if Mr. Tejas was leaving his house to make his way out, I guess, out in that direction. Would that be fair?
Correct. It's just a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we going to see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas arriving at his residence, and you'll see the red Yukon Denali traveling westbound and then northbound.
So back in the direction of his house.
Correct.
You see him.
And just to be clear, you said that the process is you start with the car and then you start working in a direction, collect video, right?
Hello.
So you find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to seeing the
His
travel
face.
from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point, correct?
Correct. He's arriving home.
All right, so now, why are we looking at this slide next?
Construction
This
guys
is
are back.
another slide of the victim. So at 9:11 in the morning, the victim leaves the restaurant, gets into his car. He travels west in the parking lot, then goes north in front of the Home Depot there at Rainbow and Charleston, and then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Garman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his way home,
That's
or in that
correct.
direction at least.
Yes. There's Mr. Gurman leaving the restaurant.
I'm really impressed with the quality of that camera. Hey, advocate. What happened? What happened? Oh, their feed cut out for a moment, it looks like.
First slide, first time that I captured the red Yukon Denali at 10:26 in the morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive. This is, you can see in
Ricky.
yellow there where Mr. Gurman's residence is
Mildred.
located. It's a couple blocks to the east. And this is it again at 10:26 in the morning, and it was captured by a camera on the east side of that address. And then these are just stills as the vehicle drove by too fast to be of any use.
What's significant about this area?
At 10:26 in the morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
Okay.
At 10:30 in the morning, the house on the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house.
They got so many camera shots. Like they did their work in this one.
Again, you can see there are no other vehicles that followed the victim into the neighborhood.
And what's significant about this timestamp?
So at 10:39, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 10:39 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle, and it was the camera located on the east side of the residence.
If you just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garman's coming in at 10:30. And this is approximately
There's a lot
9
on
minutes.
this one.
Yes. And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to 1/4 to 1/8 of the speed so that I could look at details.
Eva.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from 7200 Perry.
Oh, you can see the
And
orange.
this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance through your investigation, Detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence several days after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway, and everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's video, or to Mr. Teaz's vehicle, including the fact that that passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna.
Look at his face. You don't get to make that face, loser. That's very interesting. That's actually. Oh wait, is my thing too loud? Because I've been recording. Let me turn my volume down. My volume gets louder when I'm recording podcasts, and then I have to change it. That's very interesting. He noticed that the passenger visor was down. A very specific thing, but.
I want to show counsel.
Las Vegas Metro Police need to do some training camps for Canton.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states 313, 314, 317, 319, 322, and 325. May I approach the witness? Objection. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the
All I can see is the moon guy landing on his head now.
Take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr.
Okay, what's with this? He looks like he's trying to pose for a glamour shot, or like. I don't like him.
His vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed a search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
And is that essentially what you're circling there in that photograph, on that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Showing the jury 317 and 319.
There's also one other feature that I saw. If you look.
There's no question pending. All right. Detective.
I forgot to go this morning.
There was.
Okay,
I'll go today.
If you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor, on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light colored area. There was a similar light colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Bond, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light colored area?
Right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, I mean, it kind of looks orangish, but it's not quite a rectangle, for the record. You said that jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you states 317. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you, why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person?
So it's this light colored area right there.
Okay, let the record reflect, again, he's pointed in 317 to kind of a rectangular.
Okay, so that's kind of a big deal, y'all, because his whole thing in openings was, oh, there's however many it was, like 67. I made that number up. I don't remember how many it actually was, but he said that there's however many Denali's that are like this color in the town. Okay, but they don't all have this specific spot where the color's lighter.
Right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay. May I approaching with stage 322? Here's another question, Detective. The windows, the front passenger windows, anything significant about the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows?
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I arrived at Mr. Tejas' residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted and the rest were.
Showing the jury stage 322 and 325. When you watch this video or this Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when you saw Mr. Tejas' or Tellis' car in its driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
Publishing 313. Okay, let's move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is at 10:39 in the morning, again from the 1405 Wintergreen residence. The red Yukon drove south past the house, and the driver appeared to be the only occupant in the vehicle. And then less than a minute later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Yeah, this
Now,
is the end of
you
yesterday.
noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage.
Yeah, it didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
Now, Detective, how long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years,
How many years on homicide?
20.
Have you ever had a case when a suspect might, I don't know, remove his license plate when going off to commit a crime?
Yes.
Objection called. Thank you. Let's move on. What do we have here in this slide?
So this is 37 seconds later at about 10:40 in the morning. The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405. And this is where it pulls in and stops.
Gosh, the construction. Can y'all hear it? I have my
Now, Detective, I don't
background
know if
noise
you were familiar
things
with this,
on.
but were you aware that there was like a sewer repair project going on in that area?
I was.
So remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflowers down that way.
Okay.
There's-
I just wanted to see if maybe when we get to a map, I just kind of want to see if you can help me orient that. Why are these pictures isolated?
Those are just two stills of the Yukon and the suspect sitting in the driver's seat as they were parked across the street from 1405.
And any significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
All right. Okay, so cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so when we looked at that last footage, is the car, I'm assuming this is north, south, east, west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so when we saw the footage with the construction truck where they had that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is, and then where does the red Yukon kind of drive towards?
So this is Brown Circle right here, Mr. Garman's residence. The Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen.
Okay.
These are real. I'm like really impressed by their cameras. This ain't no Sallyport camera.
All right, what is significant about this slide, sir?
At 10:48, at 7004 Copperleaf Drive, which is just south of Cornflower, the Yukon drove west in front of that residence, then made a U-turn and went east on Copperleaf Drive.
Is this a still?
Okay, that one's not.
What are we looking at here?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on Lunar Light Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49 in the morning.
The Traconis ones were good too.
Is this a still from that footage?
Yes.
And now what are we looking at here?
10:54 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas on Wintergreen. The red Yukon turned south onto Wintergreen Drive from westbound Vegas Drive, and the driver was still wearing the orange shirt.
This is a still from that?
Yes.
Okay. What about this footage here?
So this is 7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect's shirt.
Hey.
And then at between 10:59 and 11:01, the suspect seen here with the beige gardener hat, the orange shirt with the reflective stripes, the dark pants, and the gray tennis shoes, walked north and south along Wintergreen briefly before he continued north on Wintergreen.
Jeez.
What are we looking at here?
So this is from 1405 Wintergreen Drive. That video was corrupt. It had a lot of blank spaces in it where there was just static. It did not show the arrival of the Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right. Now, why is this footage significant, sir?
So this is where I capture the suspect walking south on Wheatland Way, and then after he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle. And here you can see the suspect with his hat, his jacket, the pants, the shoes.
That walk.
And he was also carrying a bluish gray bag with dark straps on it.
Yeah, I think that he thought he would just look like a worker, so everybody would just kind of ignore him because they thought he was one of the workers in that neighborhood. Me too. If they don't, we will. We'll pull him up and do it. But his walk is very distinct.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
Okay, it's 7200 Bronze Circle. We've seen the video from this house several times. The camera on the east side of the house faces Wintergreen, and this will show the suspect at about 11:16 in the morning walking south on the sidewalk along Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
And just to be clear, when we looked at the footage before, we were looking at footage from Wheatland Way, right?
Yes.
And so was the final footage, is he walking north around that corner? Is that what we're seeing there?
He's coming south
So he's walking
on Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
So he's on that road up there making his way towards Wintergreen.
Periwinkle, yes.
Is that, I can't see the Bronze Circle blocking it. Would you say Periwinkle behind the Bronze Circle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's what we see on the previous footage, and now we're going to see some continuation, yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
This is the suspect, still dressed the way he was on the previous video, walking south toward Bronze Circle.
What are we looking at here?
This is, again, the same camera faces northwest from 1405 Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle, and you can see the suspect at about 11:17 walking westbound on Bronze Circle along the sidewalk.
What is significance about the next slide?
So this is surveillance video from directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. It's located at 7217 Bronze Circle. At about 11:17 in the morning, the suspect walks westbound on Bronze Circle, where the red dotted line is, to the west side of Mr. Gurman's residence. When he leaves, several minutes later, he walks back eastbound on Bronze Circle toward Wintergreen, where the blue dotted line is.
Okay, so the red dotted line signifies the approach, and the blue signifies the exit.
Yes.
Yeah, they make this really easy for the
See
jury to
suspect
follow
in the
along
upper
with.
part of the video.
There he is. You can see him. Oh my gosh, the banging. Can y'all hear it? I have every kind of filter on that you can have to try to keep it to where y'all don't hear the construction.
There's not additional footage?
No, just click it again.
Okay.
Right, this is another camera on that same residence, and this is facing north toward Mr. Gurman's garage and the west side of his house. And you can see the suspect walking across the driveway up to the gate area on the west side of the house.
So at 11:18 is when he gets in that side yard. Oh my gosh, Eeyore. Yeah, nothing like the breathing from the openings of that last trial. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Okay, you can go to the next slide.
What are we
So
looking at here?
11:21 hours, the victim's garage door opens, and then you'll see Mr. Gurman walk from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen back to that gate area, and he's wearing the same clothes that he was wearing at the time that he was at the Roberto Taco Shop. And as soon as he gets back near the gate, you'll see the suspect come out. Right there. So the attack occurs over here on the west side of the garage.
Okay, so if he got back there at 11:18, it's getting louder, y'all. If he got back there at 11:18 and only 3 minutes later, Jeff opens the garage door and comes out, he must have seen him in the backyard or something. I guess that's how he like lured him back there. Maybe Jeff went out there to see like, hey, why are you here to work in my yard or something? Like, why are you in my yard? Because he's dressed like a worker. Because that's one of the things I wondered is how he lured him out there. Ugh, that face. Yeah, within 3 minutes of him walking into that side yard. So he had to have seen him or heard him.
And here comes the suspect. And now he's going to leave the area eastbound on Bronze Circle. This is back to the other camera angle at the same address. You can see him walking along the sidewalk again.
What did he
continues
stop and do
walking
right there?
eastbound to Wintergreen.
What are we looking at here?
This is 11:25 in the morning. The camera at 1405 Wintergreen Drive. The suspect walked to the red Yukon from Bronze Circle. He put his bag into the left rear seat. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove south on Wintergreen.
Hey, Baker.
This is just a still of the suspect getting into the driver's seat. And you can see the same hat, same jacket, pants, and shoes.
Moving on, what are we looking at here?
And this is 11:30 at 1501 Rock Springs Drive, which was an apartment complex located on Rock Springs. Recorded the suspect's red Yukon driving north on Rock Springs Drive toward Vegas Drive.
Is this just a still from that?
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this is 11:29 in the morning from the address at 7200 Periwinkle, again, the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas. And it shows the red Yukon turning from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen at 11:29 in the morning.
Is this a still of that?
Yes.
What do we have in this slide?
We're back to 7200 Bronze Circle, the address directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. At 11:29, the suspect's red Yukon drove westbound on Bronze Circle, pulled up in front of Mr. Gehrman's house, stopped. The suspect got out of the driver's seat, went back to the area where the attack occurred, and then returned to his vehicle and left eastbound on Bronze Circle. Next slide.
Why did he go back, I wonder?
I think it might have froze up.
Oh, okay. I'll go back. Well, let's see. Let's see if I can do this, see if this does it.
Yeah, I want to know why he went back. Did he forget something? Did he want to double check and make sure he didn't leave any evidence?
Let me do this. Let me close out of it. Let's just reopen it.
Okay, get off his face. I don't want to see his face.
And there's the suspect.
Why does he go back?
making a U-turn and going back eastbound on Bronze Circle. Then you'll see it turn northbound onto Wintergreen. And again, 7200 Periwinkle, the intersection of Wintergreen and Vegas Drive. You'll see the red Yukon traveling northbound on Wintergreen, and then it makes a westbound turn onto Vegas.
What are we looking at here?
So this is Sunspot Street. The house actually backs up to Washington, and there's a camera located at the back of the residence that faces south toward Washington, covers kind of the backyard area of the house. At 11:35, the suspect's red Yukon drove west on Washington Avenue from Tenaya Way.
Is that a screen grab of that car driving by?
It is, and then that is a highlighted area where there appears now to be a license plate on the vehicle. So this is the Winco Food at 7501 West Washington. It's further west than the last still photo that you saw. At 11:36, the suspect's red Yukon continued westbound on Washington toward Buffalo.
Is that a still of that?
It is. And again, you can see the white spot on the rear of the car where it appears now that the license plate has been reattached. This is the Arco gas station in 901 North Buffalo. It's at the northwest corner of Buffalo and Washington, and it has cameras that face east and south, and it captured the red Yukon arriving at the intersection, going through the intersection, turning southbound onto Buffalo at about 9:36 and 9:37 in the morning.
9:36?
11:36 and 11:37.
And those are just stills reflecting that?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here?
This is the P.F. Chang restaurant at 1095 South Rampart. It's at the corner, northwest corner of Rampart and Charleston, and it has cameras on both the east side and the south side of the business, which cover Rampart and Charleston. And at about 11:47 in the morning, the red Yukon drove south on Rampart toward Charleston.
And it's about a 5-mile distance between these two residences, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Is this the still footage from that P.F. Chang's?
Yes.
Jim Cox, welcome.
Vehicle then turned westbound onto Charleston, and at 11:48, the camera on the south side of the P.F. Chang's captured the vehicle as it drove westbound.
Is that a still of that footage?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
We continued canvassing further west on Charleston, and there was a camera located at the entrance of the Avondale Apartments at 9225 West Charleston, and 11:48 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Charleston toward Apple.
And is that just in the corner over there, is that the P.F. Chang's?
Yes.
Okay. And to the right corner for the record. Is this a still from that Avondale footage?
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So at 11:50 in the morning, the cameras at the Thomas and Mack medical offices located in 9499 West Charleston Boulevard captured the red Yukon traveling south on Apple.
Is that the footage?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
And now we're back to Pidgeot Elementary School at 9601 Red Hills Drive. At 11:51 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Red Hills and then making a northbound turn onto Silk Tassel toward Mr. Tejas' residence.
And if we could just go back for a second, where is Red Hills in relation to, we're going to look at that slide in a minute. Can you show us where Red Hills is in relation to the previous footage? Maybe just come down and show us.
I hope they put it all together. Make one thing. If I was doing it, that's how I would do.
And is this the Pidgeot Elementary here?
Yes.
And this is that road that gets to this up? Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness identified a road that was going to be yellow highlighted going vertically on the picture as being Apple, and then he indicated the yellow highlighted road going left to right as being Red Hills, and then indicated a road in between Spanish Steps and Red Hills as Tassel.
Silk Tassel.
Silk Tassel, sorry about that.
That's not a hippie said. I love those street names. Very whimsical. Very whimsical.
So I have a couple other questions. You mentioned that you did extensive canvassing. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you, ultimately, there's a search warrant executed at Mr. Tellis' house, correct?
that's correct.
Was there a search for surveillance cameras attached to that house?
There was.
Were you able to collect any footage from that house?
I located a camera. If you're looking at the garage, it would be up near the roof line to the right. The residence was searched for digital video recorders by other detectives and digital forensic detectives. We were unable to recover any digital surveillance video from that camera. They did recover some from a Ring camera, but it had no evidentiary value.
Was anything disconnected?
I don't recall whether anything was disconnected or it was just not recording.
Okay, so the bottom line is you couldn't get anything from that house, even though there are cameras at that house.
That's correct.
Here's another question. Did you canvass or search that neighborhood to see if there were any other red Yukon Denali's in his neighborhood?
I drove the area as part of the surveillance team, and I didn't see any other red Yukons in that neighborhood. It's a rather small neighborhood.
Okay. Additionally, as another role in your case, did you have anything to do with reviewing historical tower record data regarding Mr. Tellis' phone?
I did.
Based on that data, during the time of when this killing occurs,
Hey, Tony.
does the historical phone data from the phone show any movement on the phone?
It does not. It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigation?
An objection calls for speculation.
Well, Your Honor, maybe, can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
That doesn't call for speculation if you've had cases where people have left their phones at home. And the answer is yes. There are cases where people leave their phones at home. We have seen it all the time.
Approximately 40.
How many years have you been working how many years do you work as a police officer?
Approximately 40.
Were you with Metro when cell phones started coming onto the scene? Would that be fair? I don't want to date anything, but I don't
Yes.
know. Okay, so cell phones have been around less than 40 years. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there for the beginning of it. What are historical phone records?
So historical phone records, you get them in a couple different formats. One of them is call detail records. Call detail records can include not only your voice communication, but also your data and text messaging. And if there is normally with all of your voice communications, unless it's voice over internet, you're going to connect to a cell site. So that location of the cell site is recorded on the call detail records. There are some phone providers that actually will locate their text messaging onto a cell site, and you can get that location information from there, as well as data. Other phone companies do not provide location data with text messaging.
Okay.
Thank you.
How are these utilized in terms of reviewing records to see a phone interact? What's the significance of a phone interacting with a cell tower? Why is that significant for your investigations?
So a couple different things. It gives me an idea of where geographically that phone is located at the time it makes a connection to the cell site. There's also other data that the phone companies use where they will actually ping your phone just so that they can test their network to determine where there's bad connection, where there's good connection. And we can use that data to also locate where a phone is. Now, I can't locate where the person is unless I can associate them making calls that they normally make at the time that that phone makes a connection to a cell site.
Or for example, you might end up getting a download of the phone at a later point. Maybe you see text messages being sent, and you can see, maybe based on the context of it, oh, this particular person that we think is linked to the phone is using it based off of maybe the message that they're sending, things like that.
That's correct.
Are historical phone records significant or helpful for your investigations?
They're quite helpful in investigations.
Why?
Well, we can determine where someone's phone could be at the time that a crime was committed. We can track them using their phone location at various times when they're making calls or sending texts or using data.
In your experience of 4 decades, have you made arrests in part based off of tracking the movements of a suspect's phone?
Absolutely.
Okay, and have you testified in court about this very information that we're talking about?
Numerous times. I'm an expert in the 8th Judicial District Court.
Okay. Have you had experiences where a suspect, have you had experiences, I think you explained this already, but have you had experiences where suspects moved around with the phone and you could see that phone moving in relation to your crime?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been situations, though, where a phone may have been left behind by a suspect?
Yes.
Have there been situations where suspects have just turned off the phone, maybe during the relevant time period?
Yes.
Those are 2 ways to maybe not get picked up, right, through the historical data.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, during this time period of when this killing occurs, his phone is pinging essentially from pinging off of towers right next to his house, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgence. I have no
Court's
further questions.
indulgence.
Okay, I'll just. Okay, any objections?
No objection.
All right, we have states proposed 311 and 337 have been admitted by stipulation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize what you're looking at in these images?
Yes, these are still photographs of the suspect as he walked north on Wheatland, where you saw him walking south, and he turns around and goes back northbound again toward Periwinkle. In this case, this photo is actually zoomed in from the regular video, and it shows the beige landscaping hat with the 3 black ventilation rings on the right side. It shows a black band that goes through the hat up here and then kind of goes around, and then there's also a black trim around the front of the hat, the rim. Shows the gray backpack with the black straps, the orange traffic vest with the reflective stripes on it, the blue pants, and the gray and dark tennis shoes.
And now that it's at least you, I'm wrapping up, but I'll publish 337. Fair to say 311 and 337 are essentially the exact same photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just move this out of the way. And let's publish 337. Let me zoom out. So this is what you were just referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to conclude for the evening during this.
Okay, so that's the end of yesterday. Let's get today up and going. Let's see. Live coverage. Live coverage.
May I approach the witness?
Shh.
All right.
All right, is this...
7. You were primarily focused on this.
Wait a moment. That's not the beginning. Looks like theirs may have started after they were already... Tell us.
Subscribe to new.
Shh. Sound booster. Boost. Sound. Okay. Is this it? Are we ready? Are we here? We got it? Got it. All right. Now we are on day dose. Day dose. Skip. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Mog.
Good morning, Mr. Graskovich.
And we'll stop right there. It's obviously not a detective. I know old habits die hard. You've since retired, and now you're a private investigator.
I'm not a private investigator. I'm a
Private
consultant.
consultant.
Correct.
Fair. All right. Turning your attention to your testimony at the end of yesterday, the locations of interest, and this was your slide that I'm referring to. I believe it's slide 7. You were primarily focused on this 5.3 mile trip, give or take, between Mr. Garman's residence and the residence belonging to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's an approximation.
Okay. How many neighborhoods or designated neighborhoods are within, just along this route, this 5.3 mile distance?
Numerous.
Fair to say hundreds?
I wouldn't know if it was hundreds, but there's numerous.
You
Numerous.
had given testimony towards the end of the day yesterday that you had driven through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, correct?
I did.
Looking for another Denali?
Examining the area, looking for vehicles, correct.
And what other vehicles would you be looking for other than a red Denali?
We were advised that Mr. Tejas also had two other vehicles. I believe one is a BMW, the other one was a Tesla. And so we drove the area. I believe at the time that I drove through, I can't recall if both the BMW, the Tesla, and the Tahoe were at his residence or not, but those were the vehicles we knew that he had access to.
Okay, and in reference to this 5.3 mile route, which you had reviewed approximately 20 cameras on, did you review that route for the BMW?
No, we did not.
Did you review that route for the Tesla?
We did not.
So then back to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you'd agree with me that when you drove through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you were looking for a red Denali similar to his?
I was looking for all the vehicles that were registered to him.
Approximately how many houses were in his specific neighborhood?
Oh, rough guess, maybe 100-ish. It's kind of a looped neighborhood.
Do you recall the name of the neighborhood?
I do not.
Do you recall the subdivision to which this neighborhood belonged?
I can't recall off the top of my head the name of the subdivision.
Do you recall whether or not it was in, let's say, Lake Las Vegas, Piccoli Ranch, Summerlin?
I believe it might have been Piccoli Ranch area. That's what's right there on Charleston.
Are you aware of what, or any HOAs that had jurisdiction, assuming there was, over this neighborhood?
I'm not.
You had given testimony concerning, and I'll flip through so we can all see. It's your slide 15.
I'll be right back.
And you had given testimony yesterday at about 4:12 p.m. that you had seen this red Denali entering this area near where Mr. Tellis lived, correct?
At approximately 9:10 in the morning, that's correct.
And just so we're clear, at 9:10 from this camera that it was 9601 Red Hills Drive, basically the Piggott Elementary School, you saw the Denali arriving in the neighborhood, not specifically to Mr. Tellis's house, but the area, correct?
It drove into the neighborhood where Mr. Tejas lives.
And he was arriving, assuming, and you know, that's again too, we don't know who was driving, do we?
That's correct.
Throughout your testimony yesterday, you repeatedly said he, the driver, he. We don't know, all things being you, whether it was a he or a she, do we?
I'm fairly confident it was a male.
Okay, but you didn't know. You don't know. You can't testify today whether it was a male or a female, can you?
Not positively.
But back to this arrival. Whoever's driving this Denali at 9:10:18 DVR time on September 2nd, 2022, do you know where that Denali was arriving from, or where its place of origin is from?
Well, I looked at phone records from Mr. Tejas, and I know that earlier in the morning, previous to 9:10, he was down in the area of, I believe it was Desert Inn and Durango. There's a school down there in that neighborhood.
Okay. But again, not based upon any captures from any ring cams, school cams, gas station cams. That's based upon his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct. The camera at his residence did not record, and there wasn't anything on the ring camera of evidentiary value.
And we'll get to that. But just so we're clear, though, as far as where this vehicle was, we don't know, do we? We have no records concerning that red Denali prior to 9:10 a.m.
That's correct.
We don't know the location of this red Denali on September 1st, the day before, do we?
I do not.
And we don't know the location of this red Denali following, let's say, 9/3, do we?
I believe there were surveillance units set up on that vehicle at some point after 9/2, but I don't recall the exact date.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of Mr. Tellis being under surveillance prior to this date in question, September 2nd, 2022?
No.
At this point in time, you worked with the homicide unit?
That's correct.
So you were unaware of what other involvement, if any other units may have had concerning details concerning Mr. Tellis?
I know there were other units in the Metropolitan Police Department that were involved in an investigation concerning Mr. Tejas, but I don't know the details concerning that investigation.
Are you aware of a surveillance detail that had been focused on Mr. Tellis on the days preceding this killing of Mr. Guerin?
I am not.
Are you aware that he was subject to surveillance on the day of this killing of Mr. Guerin?
I am not.
The next slide I'd like to turn your attention to is, let's see, we'll go here. It's at 9:12. This is where we discussed roughly the same time Mr. Guerin is leaving the taco shop. Again, you'd said that the time was wrong in this, correct?
That's correct. The clock time on the DVR is wrong. I believe this is, I'd have to go back and look at the previous slide, but probably somewhere around 9:14 in the morning.
Okay, and you were shown a receipt by Mr. Hamner concerning a receipt.
I don't think I was shown a receipt.
Okay, was there any discussion with you and Mr. Hamner concerning a receipt from Roberto's Taco Shop on the morning in question?
No, I know that one existed. That's how we ended up going there. That was found during a search of Mr. Gurman's residence. And so that's one of the reasons that we went to the taco shop, is to follow up on the time of that receipt. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the time on the receipt was about 9:04.
And are you aware of that receipt and the timestamp on the receipt being accurate, or is it just an assumption that it was?
Based on the adjusted time on the DVR, I think the time was pretty accurate, but I can't testify that it absolutely was accurate.
All right. And moving on. This is a 9/12/32. This is from the same 906 Red Hills Drive, the Piggott Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of stuff that they have to try to overcome.
This time, we see this Denali leaving this area.
On cross-examinations.
But just so we're clear, the last point of either seeing this vehicle arriving or leaving, this is about as close as we get to the Tellis residence, correct?
It is.
But still, we have a distance, don't we? I mean, it's not right around the corner, but I mean, there's a distance between this camera and Mr. Tellis's home.
Where I lose track of the Denali as it heads north, it's right around the corner for Mr. Tejas' residence.
And, you know, since we're on the subject, I'll just address this right now. This surveillance camera, the Ring camera at Mr. Tellis's home, security cameras. It's your testimony that you could not find any video from that day, correct?
That's correct. If any video would have been recovered, it would have been provided to me so that I could have used it in my PowerPoint. I know that detectives at the scene who were executing the search warrant there, in addition to myself, requested that our digital forensics lab come out and examine the DVR. I don't know what the results of that examination are.
So you're not able to give testimony whether it was cloud-based or not?
I am not.
You're not aware of whether the passcode had been given to it and followed through?
All I know is that the digital forensics detectives came out, and they're the ones that examined the system.
So they would know in reference to that system versus you, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you're not aware of when any security system may have been installed, whether it was the day before on the Tellis residence, are you?
I am not.
Are you aware of any other neighbors of Mr. Tellis who had been spoken to concerning their Ring cameras or their security systems that could have gotten you closer to the Tellis home?
I am aware that other detectives canvassed the area for surveillance video, and I don't believe we were able to locate any.
But you can't say for certain, can you?
Well, I can say that if video would have been recovered, it would have been given to me to be used as part of the PowerPoint that I created.
But again, and just so we're clear, and if I may approach this screen, I mean, we've got the Piggott Elementary School here. That's where the green pen is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the Tellis home up here, a ways away on the other side of Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct.
So you said it was right around the corner, but it's actually really not. You have to leave Piggott Elementary School, come over here on Red Hills, drive up Red Hills, Silk Tassel, hit Spanish Steps. And from this picture, we can't really see, but we don't really have the entrance to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood captured, do we?
Oh, his face.
Where I lose track of the Denali is about 6 houses south of the intersection, and then right around the corner to Mr. Tejas' residence.
Would you agree with me, just based upon this capture, and this presumably is from a satellite?
The picture of this?
Yes.
Yes, it's Google Earth.
We've got quite a few homes. We've got that Silk Tassel Drive. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on one side, 6 on the other. Then we have Spanish Steps. We have homes on each side. There's a lot of homes there, isn't there, that could have security cameras?
There were, but not every home has security cameras, and just because you have a camera doesn't mean that it captures anything.
Kind of like in the instance of Mr. Tellis' home. Just because there's a camera, that doesn't mean anything was captured, correct?
That's correct.
But fair to say, we do have several homes between this Piggott vantage point and the Telus home.
There are several, yes.
You had given testimony concerning seeing a red Denali drive by from a certain vantage point, and you weren't able to see whether or not it had a plate, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall which capture you were referring to?
I believe that was from 1405 Wintergreen, and there was no plate visible on the back of the truck at the time that it drove northbound on Wintergreen.
And what time was that?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would referring to your notes or your slide preparation refresh your recollection?
If you want to back out of this and go to the PowerPoint itself, and then have to scroll down to the slides.
Okay, I'll do this. We'll go through it together.
So it's that angle.
Right here?
No, not this, but it's this angle from 1405 Wintergreen.
Not that one?
No, sir.
That's Mr. Thomas. I'm sorry, that's Mr. Gehrman. Let's see. And you know, since we're here in the interest of time, let's address this. You were asked, did something jump out at you? Recall that line of questioning yesterday?
Correct.
And you were shown this in State's Exhibit 317. Mr. Hamner had shown this to the jury, correct?
Yes.
We have a visor down in the summertime on a vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And you said there was something telling, something very characteristic about this capture, correct?
There's one of them, yes.
And we'll get to the other matters, but you said something here on the front just showed you that this must be the same vehicle or similar to the vehicle, correct?
It stood out to me as something that was
I don't
similar
think
on
so
both
either.
the suspect's vehicle and on Mr. Tejas' vehicle.
And if I can show you what's been admitted and shown, published, State's Exhibit 317.
Yes.
Let me approach. This was it, correct?
That's correct.
And you said in your testimony that there's something here that matches something there concerning this light color area?
Correct. It's just something that drew my attention on both vehicles. And it's a faded area on the plastic of the left front of the Denali.
But then again, this faded area, the sun's reflecting off of it, isn't it?
I don't believe the sun was reflecting off of that.
I would submit that the exhibit will speak for itself. If I told you that it is, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
That the sun is reflecting off of that?
Yes.
I would.
Okay, well, obviously, we'll let those that are the ultimate determiners of fact to determine that. There was other testimony concerning things jumping out at you. The rims on the Denali.
Correct.
These are stock rims, aren't they?
They are.
The tinting in the front, lighter tinting in the front, darker tinting in the back. Something else?
That's correct, when you take everything into consideration.
But that's a standard feature, is it not? The front windows are generally not tinted and the backs are.
That's not true.
Have you done research concerning the 2007 Denali?
I've seen Denalis. I've seen tinted windows in the front, tinted windows all the way around, no tint all the way around, some windows tinted, some windows not. It runs the gamut. It depends on the owner of the vehicle and whether or not you want to tint your windows.
Have you done any research in reference to like Car Guru or CarMax, Google, concerning 2007 Denalis, what they look like? Fairly similar to this one.
Similar, yes.
They all have Denali.
Okay, keep in mind too, as far as the whole tint thing goes, like, I don't live in Vegas. I've been to Vegas, but I don't live there. But I do know that it's hot. You know what else is hot? Florida. You know what people do in hot states? They tint their windows. So even if it doesn't come standard tinted a different way, there are a lot of cars that have, like, even my windshield is tinted, which is illegal, so don't tell anybody. But I tint everything.
Denali on the side, like this Denali has, correct?
They do.
Now, moving forward, please stop me when we come to.
Oh, we will stop
capture.
you.
I think was the word used in reference to the license plate.
So if you play this clip.
Okay.
Stop.
Right there.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
That's on cornflower. That's another angle where you do not see a license plate on the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And this is at 10:42, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is some distance from the teller's home, correct?
It's about a block.
Now let's hit that. About a block from the teller's home?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's about a block from Mr. Gehrman's residence.
Okay.
It's roughly 5.3 miles from Mr. Tejas' residence.
All right. So we've got a red Denali about an hour and 30 minutes away from the other Denali that's captured at Piggott, that's some distance away from the teller's home, correct?
I believe this time is correct. You'd have to go to the slide before for me to confirm that. It is.
Okay. So again, about an hour and a half.
Correct.
We've got a 5.3 mile stretch. And you'll agree with me that we don't have continuous coverage, do we? We have 20 spots, give or take, over a 5.3 mile area. Fair to say?
That's correct. Again, some houses had video, some didn't. Some captured the vehicle, some didn't. Some weren't recording, some were.
And it's your testimony that this captures 1042, correct? Give or take, assuming it's accurate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go forward now to 1405 Winter Green.
I believe that one also shows that there was no plate on the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and this is 17 minutes after the last one?
Yes, correct.
And this is all in the area of Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
This is on Wintergreen, about 30 feet north of Bronze Circle where Mr. Gehrman lived.
So we've got all this time that's transpired, correct?
Minutes.
Well, if we go from 10:42 to 11:01, I mean, we've got some time. Almost 20 minutes.
That's also the suspect out walking around the area.
Okay, we've got 20 minutes that went by, correct?
Sure.
Fair to say that this video window that we've been looking at begins at about 9:10, correct? Concerning the Denali. I don't want to say it's Mr. Tellis' Denali, but
I don't know anything about his family. I know he wasn't married or have kids at home.
One of the latter slides that we look at, it's about 11:50, isn't it?
Approximately, yes.
That's a fair amount of time, correct?
It is.
Turning your attention to a Denali, a red Denali. Did you receive information that there was about 67 red Denalis in the Vegas area?
There's actually more than that. We had an initial listing, I believe, over 100. Of that 100, one of the Denalis listed on there was registered at Mr. Tejas' residence to his wife, Mary. We further narrowed that list down to red Yukons. The first list was 07 to 14 Yukons. The next list that we narrowed down was 07 to 2014 red Yukons. Again, Mr. Tejas' wife, Mary, at his address was listed on that list. We narrowed it down even further then to red Denalis. And again, Mr. Tejas' wife, Mary, at his address was listed as an owner of that vehicle. We even searched advanced license plate readers, and Mr. Tejas' vehicle was photographed by an advanced license plate reader vehicle at his residence, bearing a license plate, a Nevada commemorative plate. I believe it was 944 Adam.
Okay, and when was this?
I don't know what the exact date was, but I could get it.
Okay, so you don't have it today. I mean, I appreciate you laying out for us the steps of this investigation, but when was this capture done? When was this? Please, tell us.
I could get it for you.
Okay. Have you given it to the state?
I believe everybody has the license plate reader information.
You don't know when, the origin? I mean, as you sit here today, and trust me, it's not a test, but I mean, you don't have it with you.
I do have it with me. I just don't know that my computer is going to work in here.
Okay, fair enough. Fair to say, though, there's more than one Denali, and we're talking about a 5.3 mile area that you were focusing on, correct?
There is more than one Denali in the Clark County Valley.
At no point in time, and you agree with me that it's your theory, but at no point in time do we have any capture of a red Denali parked and there's a license plate being either removed or put upon it, correct?
There's not.
Most of the captures that we have of this red Denali, you don't really see a plate one way or the other, do you?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
You don't see the plate as it's traveling around Mr. Gurman's neighborhood.
Oh, his face.
Once it goes down Washington, you can tell that there is something on the back of the vehicle that was not there before.
And if you could direct our attention to which slide specifically you're referring to.
Oh.
Yes, if you can pull up the one that's on Washington.
Okay, so it's forward from this, looking at the time.
Correct.
I wish they would have mapped out all of those times in one thing.
The one that's taken from the gas station?
No,
Okay.
the one that's taken from the backyard of a residence that backs up to Washington. And then also from the Winco Foods on Washington.
Okay. Please tell me when I should stop.
Right there. So where the red box was, if you look, you can see white and darker. And I believe that is the commemorative license plate that was on the back of the vehicle.
That's as good as we get. You're saying that that's the one that belongs to the Telus residence, but that's it. You're drawing this conclusion based upon this image.
Oh, no. I was present for the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Tejas' residence, where several items of evidence were recovered that absolutely confirmed my belief that Mr. Tejas' vehicle was the one used in the commission of Jeffrey Gurman's murder.
And we understand that. We understand your point of view in reference to this. But concerning this vehicle, this capture at 11:35, at 11:35, Sunspot Street, at 11:35 in the morning, you're basing this conclusion concerning this commemorative plate, and that this is the vehicle based upon that image.
What I'm saying is that when the vehicle was last photographed at 7200 Periwinkle, as it turned west onto Vegas Drive, the next video that I have, the next capture I have of the vehicle, is as it travels westbound on Washington from Tenaya. And at that point, it appears to me that there's a license plate on the vehicle.
So you're saying there's a better image of the plate captured than this concerning these putting on the plate than this what we were looking at?
There is no image of the license plate being put back on the vehicle.
But I'm asking concerning the image of the plate.
If you go to the next one, I believe, from Winco Foods, and again, you can look at the back of that. Now you can clearly see that there is a white area on the rear lift gate.
And that's the commemorative plate that you've testified concerning?
The previous one is what I thought it was,
All
just
right.
based on the color scheme, what it looked like.
You see something there, and that's this commemorative plate that you're sure belongs to the Telus vehicle?
No, in this video or in this clip, all I'm saying is now it appears that there is a license plate on the vehicle.
And in reference to the license plate that you're testifying is on this vehicle, you can't tell what kind of plate it is?
You cannot.
Thank you. No further questions.
Detective Mogg here is the same one. He
Based on, again, we have no further.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down and our speakers come out.
they're letting him go.
Sure.
Can I still go here?
Can the witness still leave? Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Oops. He's the one that took over the, oh, they might be about done for the day. He's the one that took over the investigation for the Tupac murder in Vegas.
Voice, phone, email, text, internet, or means of communication, or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you.
Okay, so
Subscribe to News 3 on YouTube.
Shh, too loud. Too loud. All right, so that's that. Let's see. Who's next? Who is next? Why is this? CBS. Okay, let's get... Goodness, how long were they at break? Forever. Forever. All right, let's see.
Only swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action.
Next up.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you
Stephanie
please explain to
Yagi.
the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, well, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining...
Okay, we know what a medical examiner is.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Okay. Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So
I guess she leans over to
let's say,
answer.
open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on. What's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tow tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
She's laying on my shoes.
Was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened, the internal organs are taken out, they are evaluated as well as weighed, again documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at it under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203. That's correct. May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Ugh, his face. I'm not sure about his, I don't know what his family looks like, so I don't know. That little row of people that they're showing, that might be them, but I'm honestly not sure.
Looking at here.
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. At this time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay, I think it's pronounced Gehrman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Gehrman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently here, these 2 lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you, how old was Mr. Gehrman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay. Let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving, so specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Gehrman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the interior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us, what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it, and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try. That seems a little bit too much, but let's.
His face. Ugh.
How about that? Seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
I can zoom in too. So why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of this neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back.
Okay. Anterior means what?
The front.
And lateral means what?
On the side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too. I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Garman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view?
Yes.
Of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Keep in mind too, he was
the stab wound to the left lateral torso. What was the wound track?
He was out there in the heat for more than a day, so there was some decomposition that happened too.
On that, what
these photos have got to be brutal.
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay,
So it
we'll give you
punctures
some
the-
examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
Okay. If that portion of that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Gehrman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3.
Do you think that the jury is like? Do you think that they've done?
Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
That they've put
was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side?
any kind of doubt in there yet?
No.
Okay. Do you recall
Anybody?
at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay, but Doc, let me just approach real. I just want to make sure I'm getting my numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears on the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back?
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury, so just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum?
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here?
His
that you
face.
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
noted? Okay. Could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
All right.
I don't know if I just don't like him and that's why I feel like it's overreacting, or
What
if
are we looking at here?
Again, this is the posterior or back
I don't
portion
know.
of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well, here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits I'm going to butcher that. I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
Correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, both the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193. These 2 up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right. Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay.
I can't wait for him to take the stand either. I'm going to be rolling my eyes the whole time. I'm just going to warn y'all.
Hands. I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201.
The right hand and forearm.
Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Gehrman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe
See, that's what it feels like
also
to me, too.
slightly overexposed.
But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration, and she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
There are wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay.
They've said he's taken the stand.
Publishing 203, is this a
Sometimes
more
that can
close-up view of
change.
that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There's an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay. Could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about. Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Yes, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
So I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning what appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did?
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain?
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood?
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes.
near the heart,
Yes.
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally.
Or they can.
So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes.
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
There was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding.
But a small amount versus a large amount.
At the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the 2 major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incised wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge, no.
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the 2 primary wounds.
The deepest wound, I believe, was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to itself into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion?
If possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding, again, would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. The bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
I still feel like any of this is going to help them.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
That would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
Correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands?
Me personally, no.
I wonder how.
I have no further questions.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189.
It's like Lally's questions.
In a state of decomposition.
Yes.
Okay. Is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. That was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay. And this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck, yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion, potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay.
So
There's
brutal.
literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how, he was asking you about, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said, that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this
That's what I was
individual
thinking about when they
stabbed
said those injuries on the right.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Just briefly, in reference to the insides, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning.
Jennifer Manning. Okay, so I don't think that there's anything that move myself back over. I don't think there's anything that they said that helped at all. Call me crazy. I mean, none of this stuff, that, like, I don't know. And maybe this is an example of what we were talking about yesterday, too, about, like, how when the opening is so strong, you kind of get it in your head that... You likely know the outcome.
Yes, I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jenniffer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram, and at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay. When you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office you can't just walk in and say, you know, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is, but can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Wait, do you know what PPE is before she says it? Does anybody know? Pop quiz. Put it in chat.
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay. And when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there, so we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken, and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
Thank you,
So
Mildred.
after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with him with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign up the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
No, I didn't see it.
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recall an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these
Thank you,
photographs
Regina.
just for the record to Mr. Droskovich. So Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Look and then some of his clothing.
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as state's 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand, or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken?
Yes.
Both hands? This is state's 163, which is just sort of a closer version, is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead state's 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand?
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in?
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys, is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay, and you photographed that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
Gosh.
And now I'm showing you.
That is brutal.
Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like a hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Garman's shoes?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay. And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Garman?
Yes, I did.
And I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides.
That part's big.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways?
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him.
That is correct.
And states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
That one finger injury was gross.
You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger?
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed?
That is correct.
Yes. I don't want to see that again.
And this is states 186. A little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway, or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit 8 would be great. Thank you. Do you want to have it open now? Or? We intend addressing that later. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely.
Okay. Zoom, zoom. We're almost caught up, so we don't get to zoom, zoom like normal today. Because they're so slow. Let's see what that was. Oh, another bag. A bag in a bag. It's like those, is it the Russian dolls? What are those things? Where it's like the doll and a doll and a doll.
Thank you. You can have the lodge up the court.
No objection.
Yes.
Yes, please. We move to admit by stipulate. Yes.
Nesting dolls. I couldn't remember.
Today we don't. Okay. No, thank you very much. Now you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
Not Stop and
You were
Shop
aware that those
bags.
pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant.
that is correct.
Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
Now in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
We could approach the bench, please.
The hand injuries are common in when people stab.
Available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we'll have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct, concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tellis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the
Not
fingernails
long.
of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata.
They're
on
moving through fast.
the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home?
He used a knife.
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was? Fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any more?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Dang.
Miss Manning, if you.
We're caught up to real time and now we're at a break. We should have started later. I hate being in real time. I sure do like zoom in. Okay, so honestly, the DNA under the fingernails is going to be one of the hardest probably impossible things for them to overcome. I think that even if you're able to explain away the 20 different videos following his car around, and even if you were able to explain away the shoe being cut up in his house and the hat being cut up in his house and the bag that matches the bag on the video being found at his house and the Jeff's yard on his search and celebrate. I don't know. He's got too much. He's got too much. There's too much. Okay, while they're doing this, let's look at, let's pause. Let's pause. Because I hate being in real time. And we have other stuff we need to look at anyway. So we'll do this while they're on break. What's today? 15th? 15th. We got some. Yeah, in the video of him driving to his own house. True dat. All right, so let's talk for a second about Ashley Benefield. Like I said, they were doing the construction today, so I didn't get to finish the episode, so I'll have to finish it tonight while they're not allowed to do construction at night. And then I'll get the episode released probably tomorrow. Do we know the jury makeup? 7 and 7 right now. 7 men, 7 women. Okay, so while we're talking about Ashley Benefield, the filings that came out. So what had happened was they requested to, what a mess, interview the jurors. Let's see. 20, there's 21, 17, 15, 14. Is this the first one, I think? Motion for judgment of acquittal. Oh, and she wants the juror. Not the juror, the judge. Gone. Let's see. So they filed, this was the motion for judgment of acquittal. They did one after the fact, saying that the state did not effectively rebut their case against the evidence of self-defense. So, they want to redo. Okay, but here's what's interesting. something that's interesting. The the verdict watch that was happening on Law and Crime had a fella in there who said, he goes by the name That Hoodie Guy. Wonder if it's an angry hoodie. Those of you who've been with me for over a year know what that means. He said, verdict incoming. And then said, this is bad. Where's it at? Said, per sources, 5-1 guilty with the man stuck on not guilty or manslaughter. And then another one, my sister snuck a flip phone in. This is the guy in long crime chat. So, oh, there's our friend Abe. Hey, Abe. Oh, Abe made it to court documents. He said, my sister snuck a flip phone in. He said, I am the brother of one of the jurors. She just texted me. Per sources, 5-1 guilty with the man stuck on not guilty or manslaughter. My sister snuck a flip phone in. She texted me 5-1 guilty, may compromise on manslaughter. That was the compromise they were talking about. So, what a mess. So, let me pull up the affidavits real quick. And there's more. There's more problems, but
Please remain seated. Come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state's going to call Zach Schilling, please. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach Schilling. Zach Schilling?
okay, let's pause for a minute here because we'll end up catching up in just a second anyway. So it says, here, let's look at these for a moment. Ashley Benfield's motion to disqualify the Honorable Stephen M. White supporting affidavits and incorporated memorandum of law. So they're saying that in open court, immediately prior to commencement of trial on July 22nd, and at the July 30th, 2024 verdict, improperly prejudiced the defendant. Specifically, the court's... hold on, can y'all see that? Do I need to zoom in a little bit? Zoom. There. Can y'all see that better now? For some of you on small screens, you still might not be able to. Let's see. Where was I? Court's conduct in open court. Okay, so this is their basis on why they want the judge to have to be disqualified. They said specifically the court declined to voluntarily step aside, as well as the court's arbitrary and capricious refusal to so much as even acknowledge Ms. Benefield's request for post-trial bail created such apprehension for Ms. Benefield that she reasonably fears she will not receive a fair hearing and or sentencing because of the court's personal bias and prejudice against her. No previous disqualification motion has been filed in this case, and a transcript of the post-verdict bond request is attached. The actions taken by the court i.e. its complete refusal to even acknowledge the defendant's motion, yet alone entertain, evaluate, or rule on it, plainly appeared to the defendant that the court never intended to consider it, and remand was the only option, given the court's consistent display of prejudice against Ms. Benefield and in favor of the state throughout this trial. So they're saying that the judge was favoring the state throughout the entire thing. All right, so this is the memorandum of law talking about how judges are supposed to be impartial, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, they talk about the stand your ground order. So, given the court's stand your ground order, Ms. Benefield surely has reasonable grounds to believe the court has prejudiced her credibility, and anything she said at trial or will say at sentencing will be ignored. But even more immediately, for purposes of post-trial release, the court's indifference and refusal to even entertain her request leaves her with reasonable apprehension that creates in the mind of Ms. Benefield and her attorney that such efforts will never be evaluated objectively. Disqualification is required where the trial court states its belief that a party is guilty prior to trial on the merits. Additionally, Ms. Benefield, now having testified okay, but see, here's the thing, is required where the trial court states its belief that a party is guilty prior to trial on the merits. They're talking about stuff that was after the trial. Like, this is after she was found guilty and she was denied, like, I mean, okay. So she says that they have, the court has now prejudged her, her entitlement to post-trial release, and her sentencing shall be characterized by an equally biased judicial perspective. So, conclusion, it would have been appropriate for the court to have voluntarily stepped aside when counsel requested it immediately prior to commencement of trial. Now, given what transpired since that request was made, that was talking about before trial. Ms. Benefield involves a formal written request supported by objective facts as well as independent affidavits and undersigned counsel's certificate of good faith. Interesting, right? Okay, let's look at this one. Hold on. Okay, so here's the affidavit from Ashley. I am the accused in the above referenced matter. I believe I cannot and will not receive fair treatment at any subsequent hearing and or sentencing before the Honorable Stephen M. White. Specifically, on July 22nd, my attorney requested Judge White voluntarily recuse himself and step aside as a result of a public statement contained in the judge's September order, concluding I was guilty of the murder of my husband, Douglas Benefield. That's what they were talking about before. That was after the stand your ground hearing. The judge ignored the request. Additionally, on July 30th, following completion of closing arguments, the jury was sent out to deliberate at approximately 3:50. The judge never gave the jury any idea of how long they would be expected to work toward a verdict. At approximately 5:40, we came back to court because the jury had a question. They wanted to know if the doctor, the witness for her, that doctor, had independently reached a conclusion about my husband being a violent domestic abuser, or if Dr. Is it Quintal? I remember they said exactly how to say it. Now I can't remember how. Characterization of my husband at trial, i.e. super controlling, real alpha male, jealous and intimidating, was the result of information provided to him by me. Because of its importance to our defense, my lawyer requested that the court have the doctor's testimony read back. The judge refused and said the jury knew that they could make such a request. Mr. Taylor objected and said that there was no basis to assume the jury had such knowledge. The court denied the request and, over my attorney's objection, told the jury that was a factual determination that the court could not help the jury with. At approximately 9:45, over 12 hours following the jury's arrival of court to begin the trial, the jury issued a note that they were deadlocked. Oops. There we go. Okay. Okay. The state, stuff was popping up. The state thought that the judge should demand a resolution. My lawyer objected, saying that they had been deliberating for less than 6 hours on a second-degree murder charge. Mr. Taylor also asked the judge to send the jury home for the evening so that they could rest and return the following day ready to work. Instead, the court sent the jury out to determine if they wanted to continue working or return in the morning. I felt the court, for no apparent reason, was forcing the jury to reach a verdict, which came quickly after they said that they wanted to keep working. What do y'all think about that? What do you think about that part? If the court sent the jury out to determine if they wanted to continue working or return in the morning, and they wanted to continue working, I don't know. She's saying that she feels like that was the judge or the court forcing them to come to a verdict. I'm curious what you think about that part. Following the verdict, which was clearly a compromise after an extraordinary long day, the jury returned a verdict of manslaughter. Following the verdict, my attorney addressed the court and requested my bond remain in effect. When my lawyer finished, Judge White never even acknowledged anything Mr. Taylor said. The judge simply ordered I be taken into custody, got up, and walked away. So that's hers. Let's see. Here's the affidavit of counsel. This is pretty much the same thing. Falling painfully. Yeah, this is pretty much the same thing that she just said. But he says, I believed then and am convinced now that the court was unnecessarily pressuring the jury to reach a verdict, which they did approximately 30 minutes later, following what was a painfully obvious compromise verdict, clearly reflective of a panel that was heading into its 14th hour of dedication to task and wanted to be done with it rather than returning in the morning. The jury returned a verdict of manslaughter. Okay, so they have, where is it? Here's this. Okay, so this part, motion for new trial, request for interview of trial jurors, and incorporated memorandum of law. So this part's interesting too. Prosecutorial misconduct. The prosecutor's improper and inflammatory remarks during closing arguments prejudiced Ms. Benefield's substantive rights and warrant a new trial. So they're saying that the prosecutor's closings they made remarks that were improper and inflammatory, and that okay, let's see what they say. Let's see. Improper prosecutorial comments warrant a new trial okay, so the law says improper prosecutorial comments warrant a new trial where they deprive the defendant of a fair and impartial trial, materially contribute to the conviction, are so harmful or fundamentally tainted as to require a new trial, or are so inflammatory that they might have influenced the jury to reach a more severe verdict than if it would have otherwise. So they're saying false statements about Douglas Benefield filing for sole custody. So during closing arguments, the chief homicide prosecutor, Suzanne O'Donnell, falsely stated, May 4th, only a few days later, after she files for another injunction, Doug files for sole custody of the child. This is Ashley Benefield's biggest fear, that this man is going to get sole custody, but she's making all of these grand allegations against him that he knows are not true. There's got to be something wrong, and it's probably not safe for this child to even be with her, so he files for full custody. So they're saying that this statement was entirely false and unsupported by any evidence presented at trial. In fact, the court docket shows that it was Ashley Benefield who filed a motion on May 4th, not Douglas Benefield. The prosecutor further emphasized this false claim in her PowerPoint presentation displayed to the jury. sorry. So it says that in September 2019, Doug finds out she's dating someone else and files for divorce. Series of complaints start. And then defendant files for another injunction May 1st. May 4th, Doug files for sole custody, seeing multiple therapists. Defendant acts different in front of Doug at social outings, beach, movies, restaurants, pool. And then June 1st, 2020, sent for evaluation with Dr. Broder. So it says the improper argument implied the state had information not presented at trial, suggesting Ms. Benefield was going to lose custody of her child, the final motive put forward by the state. Such comments referring to matters outside the record are clearly improper. So they're saying that that makes them, that's prosecutorial misconduct because it's making the jury think that there was more going on than what the jury was told through court. They said it's highly prejudicial and it's false. Okay. C. Improper attacks on and belittling of Ms. Benefield's character and identity. So this one says the prosecutors repeatedly and improperly attacked Ms. Benefield's character, calling her a manipulator at least 14 times during closing arguments, and claimed that she was manipulating everyone, including the jury. They ridiculed her emotional testimony and accused her of lying without evidence. Such, I don't know that word, vituperative? Hold on. Vituperative? Vituperative. I don't know that word. Hold on, let's Google it. It's a learning opportunity. Vituperative. Criticism in a cruel and angry way. Huh.
Vituperative.
Vituperative. That's how it says it. But hold on.
Marked by heart.
They don't do a very good job at it saying it. Okay, anywho. Mean. They mean. Okay, so okay, so they're saying that's improper and prejudicial. Okay, so for example, prosecutor Suzanne O'Donnell told the jury, the defendant trying to say he was in a fighting stance. He lunged at me. That is just her once again trying to manipulate the system. She's trying to manipulate you to believe that this was necessary. He was coming at me, but the physical evidence does not bear that out. It does not show that he was coming at her and that she had to shoot him. During the state's rebuttal closing argument, Assistant State Attorney Rebecca Friel told the jury, buying the house, I read that very differently. First of all, he wasn't trying to buy, he was trying to rent. And if you don't believe that they were talking while they had this mutual injunction, they were, I'm sure. Miss Benefield was lying to him, telling him that they're going to move to Maryland, live in separate houses, but, co-parent. And she was all the while planning with her attorney to have an injunction hearing in a matter of days. It's reasonable to believe that the mutual injunction was, I'm sure Miss Benefield was speaking to him when it was convenient for her, when she could get something out of it. It only goes with the rest of it. This letter we've heard about that Miss Benefield testified to about all these things, it's another effort at manipulation. We don't know when she wrote that letter. We don't know what she put in it. We don't know any of it was true. I can write a letter and tell you that I'm the Queen of England. It doesn't make it true. And just because I say I wrote it 3 years ago doesn't mean I did. I keep saying manipulation, and the reason is because this defendant attempted to manipulate the system. It didn't work. She attempted to manipulate the experts. She kind of did, right? Because what did we hear about Dr. Liu and Mr. Haig? They talked to the defendant. She told him what she says happened, right? I don't even think she told them the same story she told you based on what they said. So they talk about, I'm not going to read the whole thing. Talking about how she was manipulative and the people that she told her story to were only getting one side of the story, et cetera, et cetera. I pretended that I'm moving to Maryland and going to co-parent because I don't want him to look bad. This man that I would have you believe was an abusive, horrible man. They have defamed him up and down. No, she didn't say that. She didn't say, I was afraid the Doug would freak out on me. I was afraid he'd do this. So she said, I don't want to make him look bad. She's manipulating Dr. Broder. She's manipulating Doug for sure. It's manipulation. So they go through and list out all these times that they said that she's manipulative. And they said that the prosecutors ridiculed Ashley's testimony. Ms. Friel stating, you can decide what you think about her testimony. She's a witness like any other, but I would submit to you that was all manipulation. There were no tears. Use your common sense. They said still not enough. Prosecutors went even further and claimed Ms. Benefield was lying with no evidentiary support. Told a made-up story. They said improper speculation about out-of-court conversations between Ashley and Doug. False claims about defense expert testimony. They said that the defense expert, Dr. Emma Liu, Prosecutor Friel stated, Dr. Liu is a medical examiner. She seems like a well-qualified medical examiner who did testify mostly for the state because she worked for the state and is now testifying for the defense. And the defense asked you why she would do that. She did that because she's getting paid. She's getting paid to be there. That's why she's here. That's why she's saying those things. And most of them were probably very accurate. They said that there was no evidence presented that Dr. Liu was being paid to testify. So, also improper appeals to emotion and sympathy. The prosecutors made inflammatory arguments designed to arouse the emotions and prejudices of the jury against Ashley. For example, afterwards she runs over to the neighbor's house. Not once do you hear her say, get an ambulance. I don't know if he's still alive. I had to do it, but somebody help him. Not once did you ever hear any concern that I just shot another human being, regardless of what the facts are. No. I mean, honestly, a lot of this stuff just sounds like the kind of stuff prosecutors say. I mean, they talk about the behavior of the defendants as a way to tell the jury what they see. They said improper burden shifting. Prosecutors repeatedly misstated the law on self-defense, telling jurors that they needed to evaluate whether Ms. Benefield's use of force was reasonable and necessary. So they said that they shifted the burden of proof. False representation of the wound path. The fatal shot to the decedent's chest was from front to back, left to right. Such was the testimony of Dr. Vega. The wound path description was confirmed by Michael Haig. Despite that, using a graphic illustration never at any prior time shown to the defense, they represented to the jury that the wound path was side to side. That was a flat-out misrepresentation. And then they said cumulative effect. So all of it put together. Okay, and then identifiable juror misconduct. All right, so this is the juror. They said that this juror failed to disclose on her question. This is a whole different thing from the other part. Juror number 15 failed to disclose on her questionnaire material information and further concealed material information during voir dire. I got to get out of the habit of saying voir dire that have resulted at a minimum in a peremptory challenge by the defense. Okay, so they're saying the legal standard, Florida Supreme Court laid out 3-part test for determining whether a juror's non-disclosure of information during voir dire will warrant a new trial. So let's get down to what the juror hid from them. Okay, so they're saying that the concealed information was relevant and material. So the information concealed by juror 15 is highly relevant and material to the case. The juror failed to disclose and or otherwise concealed the fact that, 1, she was a victim of domestic battery on February 20th, 2016, when her live-in boyfriend intentionally slapped her in the face with an open hand 5 times. Her son was charged with felony battery against his pregnant girlfriend on August 31st, 2014, and juror 15 was the bond depositor in this case. And 3, she was the respondent in multiple petitions for injunction for protection against domestic violence filed by her ex-husband, Charles, I don't want to say his name, seeking protection for himself and their minor child on grounds similar to those put forth by Ms. Benefield against the deceased. Juror 15 was a respondent in a petition for injunction for protection against domestic violence filed on September 2nd, 2003. That's the day I went into labor, September 2nd, 2003, by ex-husband seeking protection for himself and their minor child. Okay, so alleged in part at threat. Okay, so this is the paperwork on that. Threatening and violent behavior by juror 15, including cussing, slamming doors, and throwing objects. A suicide attempt by juror 15 in July of that year, resulting in hospitalization. Constant harassment and threats to the husband and his wife, the ex-husband, I guess. Fear that juror 15 might harm their son in a future suicide attempt. Request for supervised visitation until juror 15 demonstrated mental and financial stability. Juror 15 was also a respondent in another petition for injunction for protection against domestic violence, seeking protection on behalf of their minor child. Okay, so this one alleges, in part, physical abuse of the minor child by juror 15, including picking up the child by the arms and slamming him against the wall, the child expressing fear or returning to juror 15's home, a child abuse report filed with the Bradenton Police Department, threats by juror 15's boyfriend to kill the ex-husband / baby daddy, an ongoing child protection services investigation, and the child showing signs of becoming violent. These undisclosed facts are strikingly similar to the prosecution's theory against Ms. Benefield and would have raised serious concerns about juror 15's ability to be impartial. So they're saying that the behavior from juror 15 mirrors key elements in the state's case in this instance. They said that juror 15 concealed this information both on her jury questionnaire and during voir dire. She falsely indicated that neither she nor a family member had been a victim of a crime. When asked about child custody issues, domestic violence, and involvement with injunctions, juror 15 remained silent. So, then there's the unidentifiable juror misconduct. Lastly, though not yet traceable to an identifiable juror, upon information and belief an as yet unknown juror brought a cell phone into the jury room and used it during deliberations, constituting an objective act that compromise the integrity of fact-finding process and prejudiced Ms. Benefield's substantial rights requiring a new trial. So that's the one where they said that the YouTube user, that hoodie guy, posted the comments on Law and Crimes Verdict Watch in real time saying that they were stuck on, that one guy was stuck on manslaughter, et cetera, et cetera. So, thoughts? Mildred says, this motion is one big whine. She made me think of Jodi Arias. I'll say this. I said that having been through domestic violence, I would not be able to. The reason I didn't give many opinions on this is because I cannot look at it objectively, which is also the reason I would never be a juror. So I will say, I don't know about the juror's brother and the flip phone. Do they even still make flip phones? I don't know. But regardless, I don't know anything about that part. They said they haven't traced it back to a specific juror yet. But I don't know that I would be able to. I know that I would not be able to be objective. So I know that I couldn't be a juror, but.
Watch your step.
Oops.
If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary Schilling, Schilling.
May proceed. Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
Thank you, Ricky Watson.
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there.
He said he's got a blue. He said blue suit, and I thought he was about to say he's got a bald head.
Bald head.
Okay. Let the record reflect.
He did.
This is identified the defendant.
Hold on.
Bald head.
I'm psychic.
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there. Bald head.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness is identified the defendant. So, in what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay. So he was the public administrator when you first met him?
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay. Did you have another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay. So that was
well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
Okay. But the one that you work with, even still today, is Kristen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind. Is that kind of how?
That's correct. And there's typically there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of, this is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house, Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walkthrough...
But if I may,
sure.
If there was another, somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be, whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk?
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
yes.
It's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
I wonder if he's one of the ones who noticed the wall.
Generally, like what the outfit was. What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes. Yes,
Why?
it does. With the way that, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis, we're really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who was the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person.
The gait and...
He's mad.
And, Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay,
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you'd find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. They're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death, car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon, Tahoe, Denali, whatever, older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
vehicle? When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other, so.
In what part of town?
Well, I live in Summerlin Center, and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara in Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay. So you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
I just put it in comments, but for those of you who have to lurk and can't read, he is kind of throwing shade at the Nikes, which is funny because he's like he was wearing Nikes, but not like Air Force One, Jordan type Nikes, more like the ones that dads cut grass in that you get at Ross.
Your thoughts, Kristen, correct?
That's really
correct.
funny.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers. The phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news. And so it would turn into a counterintelligence, whatever, terrorist thing. And they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you...
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business, Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him, independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher. But that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I'd submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps were, I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money, I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV, you just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What day did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or in the States, it's the 26th.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
You have you have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes.
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you... I think it's fair. You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something, I think that's Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It's already met in
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and asked being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis, fair enough?
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you, I have no further.
So he's wanting it to look like, oh, he just called and said that it looked like his walk because he was mad at Robert Tellis. Because remember, everybody's just framing him.
The whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you have...
Not, yeah.
Just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach out to you?
No, they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation?
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. After this disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob
One home.
and
just one home.
Your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob.
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
No, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest, and when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there, and that's why we separated.
Fair to say.
After that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help you.
Please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team.
Okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the Mr. Tellis' office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gierman passed away.
That's your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for these witnesses? Okay, so can you have a question?
The jury have a question? Do you have a jury question?
If you just stay here for just a moment,
Yeah, no problem.
We have a question from the jury.
We have a question from the jury. I love juror questions.
Can the attorneys approach?
Oh.
Marked as court's exhibit number 8.
All right.
We have a note from the juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll follow. So, sir, do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
That the conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so the conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end of the month, at the end of September, September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is, I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derriman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kessler?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Riffle?
Kristen Ribble. Okay, so
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name's Kristen Riffle, Kristen Riffle.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
what she's saying?
How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay. And it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold?
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it'd be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay. So several.
Several, quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Garriman had been murdered?
Yes, I had.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
You know, yes, me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, you know, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on, because, you know, that's
not wanting to believe it.
Yeah, well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that.
Sure.
And not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, you know, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riffle?
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies, and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this came to you?
It was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now, okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the video of him walking was not confirmation
No,
enough?
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently, but we followed the case when it was happening, yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently, if I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention
I've
with
been
this?
very busy, if we're being honest.
Oh, let's please, yes.
Which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena if it was coming
Well,
up?
I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times. And he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you?
Yeah.
He didn't have that that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price.
Correct.
But that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, or concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out, can you imagine if that was him and then we're watching the video and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Ripple, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of
Height.
build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole
Right.
body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to me.
Hold on one sec, let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
The jurors have a question? What if the juror's question is like, so why did you and Zach break up? Kind of question I would ask. True or false, were those old man Nikes? Whoa, hold on. Oops. I want to see what he's got on his paper. What's he writing? We need fancy schmancy zoom in stuff to be able to see what he's writing.
Did she realize it was Tellus's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellus's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena.
Okay, so
State your comment.
About to give this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum as in Mary.
hello, Edgar.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit, or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride-along with the homicide section, so I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride-along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellus?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told, like, okay, we're ready to go, and then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride-along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrant.
Okay. had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we would like want to look for them, or we were specifically seeking them.
They were dad cutting grass shoes.
You're going to this house. Who did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like.
Okay, so this is
18, 19,
the search of his house where he said that things were planted.
235. Not all of them have been admitted, but it's an objection. Their admission.
Being offered this week,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
States 235. Just
Come on, come on. He can't fix his face as much as I can't fix my face.
there.
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Depends, like geographically where the scene is. If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis' house with crime scene?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis' residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide. Usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis' house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tea's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221, what vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, is the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222, what perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, I shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material, and then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
Not smart.
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in, and if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut-up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect. The witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the balancing?
Yeah.
He always makes that face.
So this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
They didn't say anything about finding the knife.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
So
This is a close-up
strange.
photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231, is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232, is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so
It
you're
means
educating me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, just there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves. Also just for sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous. But also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point, as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Okay, court's indulgence.
Course indulgence.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, trash can gate.
Nahum?
La Tour de trash
I know it's
cans.
a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. Being that it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No. without knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and the state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay, happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken his stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning.
I wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report. Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there was approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know that I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Tellis home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So it doesn't say somebody else said it, it just doesn't specify that he found it?
Okay. So, detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gass's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions like that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar.
Okay, so that begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum.
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel, you were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
My stuff just told me that my computer ran into an error and had to restart. Fun times. Everything is restarting.
Counsel, take a look at this paragraph here and just review that. Let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay, all right. So now
let's try this
now
again.
you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis. There was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay, so when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name? What is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed
N
to
instead
N.
of N. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Well, there you go.
And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No. Tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My last name seems to keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag, and then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one second.
You can't get into it. Obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just real briefly, that's the question I memorialized with body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as the scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate the reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from the jurors.
Oh, juror questions? Juror question. Quit shaking your head.
Okay, a few questions from the jurors. Court exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember search correctly, it was me.
Court exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
Can we mark this court's exhibit number 11? Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused with your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan?
I love juror questions. All right, Detective Milligan.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Millillagan.
May I proceed? Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. When you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point, you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds?
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay. And do you know a detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you recall him working on the search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well?
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay. So you're kind of going in many areas. Is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Okay, look faster.
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead States 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
This is States 237. Can you orient us a little bit, and is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on.
That's
the
a lot
overhead
of
now,
stuff to have to
states
go through.
240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
That looks like the outside of the bag.
And states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view, and then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, so I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty?
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor.
That's it?
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective John Hoffman.
They're moving along pretty quick.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony? Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Proceed. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of Homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could, explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home. Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to States 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jappy in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know who Detective Jappy is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there.
Who, if
but
anyone?
I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all
Okay, yes. Go through them.
opposing counsel's been gracious enough to stipulate. That's correct, Your Honor. 47, 250 first. All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your
Look at all the
cursor,
shoes.
so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there?
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where are your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253, is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
You know, when they saw this, they're
Publishing
thinking jackpot.
282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay, and publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could.
What the heck is happening? What is happening? That is the second time it has made my computer shut off. I have no idea.
Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat?
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it.
Apparently.
Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, someone planted evidence under his couch in the house and then planted more evidence in his garage.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
That's what it is. Hey, Baker.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
The crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag? then?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not 1 picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who were you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it, she takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. You'd agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
Yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst Smithson?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag were removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag?
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat, and then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat.
Yes.
Right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh? Okay. And
I love his sarcasm.
How many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part. It's part about the 10-gallon part.
Sunshady
right?
part.
What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection, meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Jury questions? Jury questions? The sunshady part. Jury has a question.
To open the toolbox to locate a question from a juror been marked as court exhibit number 12.
Here we go.
Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state? From the defense?
Sure, it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up. Plain sight? Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Follow up. This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So, Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, retreat any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you will be
Okay, yeah, we get it. Okay, so what are your thoughts for today? Because we're done with today now. So what are your thoughts for today? Is there anything that you feel like could give the jury a moment of pause? Or a little bit of doubt, or anything to make them think that he's not absolutely guilty? No? I don't see it. The tape didn't fall off my stove. I had to take it off because I used it. I'll have to find more tape. He walks like a duck. Walks like a duck. That's it. I don't see how the defense could come back from all the evidence against. There's a lot of evidence against him. There's a lot. So, yeah. We caught up today. I don't like catching up. So tomorrow we're going to start a little bit later. Remember the guess how many pieces of candy are in a jar contest? We could do that with the shoe, and the winner gets free merch. How many pieces of cut up shoe in a Ziploc bag do I have? No way all that was planted. He's just, that's a hard, this isn't like one area or one item or one taillight. This is multiple items found by multiple people in multiple different parts of the house. So, Marine Malls with our official stats. 8 witnesses, 6 sidebars, 12 objections, and 4 jury questions. We love the jury questions. We love them. We love them. If the straw hat fits, you must acquit. Convict. Look at me. Can't read. If the straw hat fits, you must convict. I love that we're all agreeing on this trial. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I actually think if he keeps making those spaces, they might just let him go. Oops, oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Yeah. Sorry, hold on. Time sensitive. I wish we had jury questions in the Karen Reed trial. I think we should have jury questions in every trial. I love jury questions. I love them. I love them. Goodbye, Queen Oliver Thing. Goodbye, goodbye. You guys are so judgy. Innocent until proven guilty. Normally, I agree with you. I think that these openings were kind of proofy. Kind of proofy. All right. Well, that's all we got today. We'll call it a day today. Tomorrow we're going to start a little bit later. Since the construction has finally stopped, I've got to finish the podcast episode while there's no construction going on. So I'm going to, it's going to be a long night. So I'm going to get started on that. And we'll be back tomorrow. This guy. The opening, yeah, Sinbad said the opening, so the opening on this one was just so strong. And not even because it was like this beautifully, well-written, persuasive monologue. It's because it was full of all the evidence. That's hard to overcome when you see that much evidence. The DNA under the fingernails especially is like, I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know. So we're just going to go. I'm going to see if I can figure out why my computer keeps turning off out of nowhere. So we're going to go before it does it again. It's probably Zach's fault. I don't know how, but I'm sure it is. Zach has done something. So I'm going to see if I can figure this out before tomorrow so that we don't have to deal with this tomorrow. I appreciate y'all. I was not playing hide and seek. I was actually trying to make my way back to you. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, it's all Zach's fault. I will see you tomorrow. Bright and early. Nope, not early. It'll be bright, I'm sure, but not early. I will see y'all tomorrow. I've got the stream already set up, so this will send you there. I'm going to go now before my computer cuts off again. I love you all.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Good morning.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?